31. Roll call, please.
Yes, Chair. Mike Labar,
Present.
Mark Simus.
Here.
I'm sorry, Matt Simus. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Matt Simus,
Here.
Mark Gonzalez,
Here.
Deirdre Sullivan, Ken Eklund,
Here.
Mike Scatini, Jason Smith, John Bailey, Marvin Borzini.
All right, at this time, we're going to go into our closed session meeting on several items. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, the board will confer with legal counsel regarding one matter of significant exposure. Pursuant to Government Code 54957B1, the board will provide performance evaluation for the general manager. C, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, the board will confer with legal counsel regarding existing litigations of 1, American Family Connect Property and Casualty et al. Versus County of Monterey et al. 2, Stephen Ray Acosta et al. Versus County of Monterey et al. 3, Mario Gonzalez et al. Versus State of California et al. And then on matter D, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, the board will confer with real property negotiators. Is there any member of the public to speak on any of the closed session items?
No hands raised.
Thank you. Given that, we'll now recess into our closed session.
Mark, you can come for this for a second if you want.
All the years that we've done that.
City Attorney, was there any closed session announcements? Any reportable actions?
None from this morning, but we're not finished. We'll be going back in at noon or around then.
All right,
So I'll report out again at the end.
thank you. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Do we have any additions or corrections to the agenda? All right, sounds like
None at this time.
we'll now move on to public comment. Is there any member of the public to speak on any item that is not on the agenda?
No hands raised.
All right, and seeing none in person, we'll move on to presentations, which will be a workshop to review the Monterey County Water Resource Agency fiscal year 2025 requested budget and provide direction to staff. Ara?
Thank you, Chair. So today's workshop is going to focus on the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Water Resources Agency. We began work on the budget several months ago by identifying the needs of the agency to perform its work across its multitude of programs and projects and funds. Early on, we had established for ourselves the goals of producing a balanced budget, as well as beginning to shift in the direction of preparing budgets based on a program or a project, so that we could better understand the level of effort that goes into the various activities that we undertake on an annual basis. We weren't able to fully achieve either of those goals, but significant progress has certainly been made. With respect to the budget itself, as Nan will show, many of the funds, while still holding deficits, are near balanced, with the two big exceptions being the Fund 116, which supports our dam safety work, and then the CSIP funds. So there are three of those, one for the CSIP distribution system itself, one for the Salinas Valley Reclamation Project, and one for the Salinas River Diversion Facility. And so kind of the universe of those projects have been a challenge, and we'll talk about those as we go forward. The budget you see today is the one that we had submitted to the county per its protocols, and so this budget was submitted in early March. It's, kind of referred to as a baseline budget. And I take a little exception to the title just because it does imply a sufficiency that really just isn't there. In order to get where we got, a lot of activities that are important and necessary were cut. And so we'll talk about that later in the presentation. And so Nan will present what we've submitted to the county. This is the budget that we would, work with absent any other change. Following Nan's presentation, we'll do, Manuel Saavedra will do an update, hello Manuel, on the hydro plant. So questions about activities going on there were raised at the last meeting. So in response to that, just get everybody up to date on the hydro plant. And then at the end, we'll do two presentations on what I would refer to as our needs-based budgets. One for the universal projects that we commonly refer to as CSIP, and then one for our dam safety projects. And so those will be, those presentations will be undertaken by our various staff here today. So we'll introduce them at the time. And then we'll close the workshop with talking about next steps and recommendations about how to address these needs. So Nan, if you're ready, I'd love to tee you up. All right.
Good morning. Fancy stuff. Good morning, I'm Nan Kim, Finance Manager. I'm here to present you of the fiscal year 25 preliminary budget. As Ira said, it's a baseline that we submitted to the county. There is still room for the changes. For the Water Resource Agency's budget timeline works a little bit different from the county department. As Ira says, the county already accepted a baseline budget for all the departments, and then county does the budget workshops for the department heads and also some negotiation with the CIO's office and budget like for the fighting over the general funds. Since we don't get much of general funds, we are pretty much using our agency's fund reserves and try to figure out what's the best way to use those. So today, I'm presenting you as a baseline budget or what the staff recommends with the best way. We see how we use our current balances to get how we use our existing revenues or the revenues we're going to earn versus what's the actions or activities we are planning to do, and using the fund balances to cover the gap to achieve what we plan to do. And however, we do have a budget workshop here today, and there is some considerations that the board of directors needs to do. We incorporate that into our baseline budget and submit the revisions, and then come back to you in April for the final recommendations, final review and recommendations once it's been approved by the board of directors, and then we submit it to the county board of supervisors, and we have a budget hearings, and the board of supervisors consider and then adopt the budget on June 20th or 19th in that week. So that is the timeline. Again, today's discussions and your recommendations will be incorporated into make the revisions for the baseline, and then come back in April at the Finance Committee as well as the Board of Directors meeting, and then that's when the final recommendation is going to be made. So as we start preparing the fiscal year 25 budget, I think this is a slide that I presented to you in January, that what's our plan and what's our approach is. Again, as Ira indicated, our goal was to achieve the balanced budget. And there is two ways to achieve the balanced budget. One is to increase the revenue, and another way is to decrease the expenditures and to meet the revenue and expenditures. And of course, there's a hybrid way to do it. But that's our goal, was that we want to achieve the balanced budget. And by doing it, we also increase the participation of all our staff, unit and project managers. And then we are trying to do the pilot testing it as this year. We obviously knew that it was difficult to have all the program-based budget for all the entire programs and projects we have. So that this year will be the first year as a pilot testing to develop the budget and project-based budget. We also worked on the financial forecasting models and hoping to use that model to see where we are, where this year's budget is going to take us, and how it's going to what kind of damage is going to do to our financial. And then also another last but not least goal was to right-sizing staff to accomplish all those planned projects. Going through those exercises, one thing that was clear is that our revenue growth definitely is not going to support our expenses needed for the increased O&M and then increased staffing needs, and definitely it's not going to pay for the major repairs and replacement projects. Most of our zones, the rates were set more than 20 years ago, 40 years ago, way back then. And then the only growth it has on the resolutions or the ordinance is a CPI. And if you might remember, there was a certain years back in long ago, we didn't even approve the CPI, and there was like 5 or 6 years gap of not even receiving the CPI. So if we look through the revenues, most of our revenues have zones or the rate restrictions. The zone restrictions are the specific, our revenues like flood assessments or special benefit assessments. The only money we can use are that specific purposes. We also have a rate restrictions, that's a CPI. We only can increase by CPI only. And the water service charge, also that's a fee. However, that's also the Prop 218 process, so we cannot raise more than CPI increase. And then we also have what I call it as a discretionary revenues. However, those revenues we can use the areas that we think we utilize the money for. However, the money comes with beyond our control factors. One revenue is ad valorem, which is really tied to the housing markets and what's the growth it is. And also another revenue is a hydroelectric revenue, which is the precipitations, rainfalls, and how much your water level is. I wish there's plenty of water in there. We can produce all the time, but it's depending on how much rain we get. The other revenues we have, which we've been increasing, but it also has restrictions of where we can use. Grant is the one that we can only use the grant reimbursable activities. And then grazing lease and excavation fees comes with we can only use that money to improve that specific programs and POTAC as well. And the SLO County reimbursement is only limited to the San Antonio O&M activities we are doing. They're just reimbursing us for those. So with those restrictions, again, our revenue growth is limited, and that our operation needs is way exceeding what the growth is. And that's what pretty much constrains our operations and our budget activities and what we can add and how much we can grow. And the only revenues that we have that actually able to adjust to meet the operation need is the water delivery fee for the CEC and SPLP program. So with all that, as I said in the beginning, what we went through is that asking all the staff what you're planning to do and what your activities and how much of the new need you have. So the total staff request was $56 million. However, with the constraint revenue, we end up cutting, as you said, about $1.13 million salary and benefits and also the $6.67 million service and supplies. So the preliminary baseline budget presented to you today is the total appropriation of $48.5 million expense, which is a 12% decrease from the last year's $54.86 million. Total revenue is $43 million, which is 14% decrease from the fiscal year $50 million. However, the bad news is that when I was developing this budget, I was assuming the CPI of 3%. However, the CPI just released from the February through February is only 2.4%. We have the ordinance that's very specific that the CPI we need to use, which is the annual growth of February through February in the San Francisco area. I checked multiple times the number. I was like, that number doesn't sound right. But it is a 2.4%. So our revenue actually is going to be decreased from what we actually projected. So for the first expenditures, again, going through even cutting those 1.2 million staff and 6.6 million staff service and supply, we still have to use the 5.47 million of fund balances to the balance cover the gap. We made some changes to the organization's org chart, and so this year's expenditure includes the total of 57 FTE that we are adding 6 new positions. However, those 6 new positions, 4 positions unfunded, and the existing 6 positions are partially funded, meaning that we purposely not going to hire the positions until the time fits. For example, if we need a person, maintenance manager, for one example, that positions are still vacant. We're going to remain that positions vacant for at least 3 months. Not going to even start recruiting. That will create some salary savings. So that's what it means for the partially funded. So therefore, total 51 FTEs fully or partially funded in fiscal year 25. And with that constrained budget, our main focus is the ongoing operation and maintenance activities. We're definitely limiting the major repairs and replacement projects. And again, this budget is very tight, so any new grants or any new staffing need will be required budget amendments. So here is the position requested. All those new positions are new. So there is 2 new positions in dam safeties and the 1 new positions and the maintenance crew. We are hoping there is a lot of activities in Nasmiandon Spillway. So there we are hoping that the positions are in the org charts, whether they are funded or not. If the new grants or any new funding sources come around, at least the positions are there. We just have to need the budget amendments to increase our appropriations to pay for it. There is also the 2 new positions in the hydro team, and also adding 1 new positions in the finance team. We are hoping, again, there is one of our goal is to find the alternative funding source. So one of our focused activity is finding new grant. So this new management analyst in the finance team will help us with the managing the grants and able to get that one going so that we can have, again, helping us the project done, complete, and also seeking a new alternative funding source for our activities. So again, here is our expenditures of fiscal year 25. Total expenditures of 48.5 million, and that includes the 8.7 million of salary and benefits, and consultants of 15 million. Monterey Warm Water is 9 million, and the other services and charges for 30.6 million. And those expenditures are the salary and benefit is 18% our total expenditures, consultants 32%, Monterey Warm Water is about the 19%. Here is the revenue snapshots. Is 43.06 million of revenue, includes the 3.4 million of ad valorem, about 17 million of assessments, and 8 million of grant. Hydroelectric revenue, because with the current water level, I'm estimating 1.14 million of revenues, and the water delivery and service fee is estimated 3 million. And however, we're still using the 5.5 million of fund balances to cover the gap.
Question, Nan. Real quick here on personnel and salaries. That those numbers include health insurance.
Yes.
Everything, right? It's
Yes.
fully loaded.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So our revenue distributions, again, the assessments of 43%. That is our biggest pie of our revenues. Grant 24%. The hydroelectric power about 3%. Water and delivery fee is 7%, which is much higher than the previous years. Again, the water delivery fee is the only revenue source that we can actually adjust to meet our operation need. So we are proposing the much higher increase to the water delivery fee, and therefore overall the water delivery service fee of the revenue mix percentage contribution is much higher than previous years. Again, using our expenditure of 48.5 million and revenue of 43.1 million. And so the using about 5.5 million of fund balances will give us the beginning estimate fund balance of 20.2 million to ending estimate fund balance of fiscal year 25 is 14.8 million. However, the one thing that I wanted to note is that this is estimate beginning of fund balances. We still, Auditor Controller's Office still hasn't closed out the fiscal year 23, so I don't have exact actual fund balance, ending balance, well, beginning balance of fiscal year 24 this year yet. And we are still working on this year's activities. So the beginning fund balance is likely going to be changed, and therefore ending fund balance is going to be likely changed. We closed 22, yes.
Did that number change from what we had?
Not much.
Okay. Thank you.
So here is just another snapshot of what the detailed expenditures. Again, 8.75 million of salary benefits includes all the salaries and benefits, which is the 5% increase from the last year's. And our insurance is one item that we see the significant increase from the last year's. Total fiscal year 24's total insurance was 1.26 million. However, the quotes that we got either from the county and also the prison alliance is 1.78 million. Especially the pollution coverage went up significantly. And the CalCap, good news is they went down from 1.8 million to the 573.
Now, so now that I understand CalCap, it's taken me 6 months, but I finally understand the maze. So costs are pushed forward 2 years, so we understand. So I understand it's great this year. We're down 69%. Next year, it's going to be bumped up, but 26, we're back up to who knows what. When you carry over that 1.2 million to 26, that's when we'll see another big increase.
I think our right level or the way I see it is more the level of CalCap that we should be expecting is about 700, 800,000, of course, with the annual increase. The 573,000 or 1.8 that significant mix is based on, especially right now for the last 2-3 years, the significant factor, the driving factor is how much of ITD we are utilizing it. So if we are utilizing the ITD cost, say the ITD is the analyst time, is what, and then how much they charge us for those, or whether we have paid the right fee, then our CalCap shouldn't be seeing this much of fluctuations that we've seen for the last 2-3 years. That's something that I'm working with the county's CAO's budget office, and also hoping work with the ITD and able to charge us at the rate that they're at their actual rate. So we'll pay throughout the year when we're utilizing it, so we don't really hit in 2 years down the road by the CalCap. Like, for example, the ITD's analyst rate is about, their charging rate is about $165 an hour. However, their CalCap, the last 2 years of CalCap, what shows to me is that their actual cost is about $350. So there is a $200 gap. They are not charging throughout that fiscal year, but pushing it back in the 2 years row. So that's what down the road. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, charge us at the year that we are utilizing it, not in the down. So that will be much easier for us to budget, because if we have IT project, we can budget it that year, pay for it, not in the 2 years down the road. So that's something that I'm trying to work with, but hopefully I can get that one done. Then we don't see that much of like $1 million, $2 of CalCap fluctuations. Another one is county charges. That was $1 million to $823,000. Here is, I have a separate slides for you to review. It's a Monterey One Water. So the Monterey One Water, actually, this year's budget includes $9.16 million. This is the amounts we are adding. as I said, we gone through those exercises and see minimum operation and maintenance activities, and that is not just, we also made a cuts to the Monterey Warm Water request. So their initial request was the 11.7 million, and then the second revised was the 10.2 million, and we are proposing about 9.16 million. That is actually, the Monterey Warm Water did their part. They gone through all the requests and then cut some operating expenses as well. But a lot of things are cut is the capital outlay. So the original capital outlay they included is 2.3 million, but the proposed budget includes the 1.18 million.
O&M.
Yes.
So your final 23 was 6.7.
Yes.
And the adopted for 24, 7.5. And then 25 goes up to 9.4. So that's 2.6 million, 2.7 million in 24 months. Do I see that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so I know we've done an audit in the past. I would imagine we're going to look at these numbers too, but I know you scratch your head looking at these numbers too. I find it hard in 24 months that's going up $1 million or $100,000 a month for O&M costs for one project. So
one of the main driving factors, even though I do scratch my head when I'm looking at the Monterey Warm Water's request for expenses, one of the things that's definitely there and able to understand is the utility increase and the chemical increase. I think those are the solid requests. Even the Monterey, not the Monterey, we see the increase in the utility and the PG&E bills for all those pump stations and as well as the hydropower plants, and the significant increase for the utilities are there, and the significant increase for the chemical is there, and those two are the big ticket items for the CCB and SVRP. They also have an increase in the salary and benefits. Everybody sees then those in salary and benefits as well. So even though I don't like their numbers, the sum of requests there have justifications are validating and justifiable. Just again, continue with the expenditures. Again, consultants, we are decreasing 7% from the last year's to this year. As we're trimming, the last year's consultant cost is much higher because we have this 6 million grant and we're going home about how much we can get it done. This year, there is a couple of grants that ending. The Interlake Tunnel is ending this year, so there is a lesser grant activities. But again, we are seeking the grants and to fund all the many things that we like to do. So there is a couple of grants that we apply, still waiting for the response. But any new grants will require the grant amendment, and then most likely this amount's gonna increase, we hope. And other service and supplies, again, 5.9 million to 30.6 million, which is the almost 40% decrease. The last year's budget also has the storm-related response, the repairs and those, like a lot of activities in the Pajaro. There's still due to the storm repairs, it's dwindling down. So some of the decreases that comes from that closing out the repair activities in the 2023 winter storm events. Transfer out 2.8 million to the almost 900,000 this year. And the debt payments are still remaining same. That we still have bond payments and the 2 USBR loans. So that totaling up to 4.44 million. And debt service funds those are the funds that we have just transfer the fund, pay out the fund out of our system to the order controller's office, and they pay the money. So those are just the kind of same money transfers that are happening. And that adds up to 48.5 million of what's requested for the fiscal year 25. So here are just a couple of projects included for the fiscal year 25. Again, a lot of things are just the main focus is the operation and the maintenance, but these are the specific projects that we think we need to do to keep the system going. One of the things that I wanted to point it out, this is 854,000 estimated Salinas River Lagoon levee improvement. We are actually proposing to use the fund balances to complete this project because we are hoping that about 450,000 or so, still exact amounts to be determined, will be funded by FEMA mitigations because we did ask for the mitigation project money. So if the FEMA money comes in, then we will work on this project and then able to add up fund balances and make the improvement. But if FEMA money doesn't come, then most likely we're not gonna complete this project. The Moro Kozo tie gate repair is also in there. We have agreement with we have MOU with the Public Works Department. They're gonna contribute 50%, and we are using the fund balance to do the project complete. The 1.2 million supplemental well replacement, which is again at the CC projects, the federal aid of 900,000. We're gonna use that money, but also in addition to that, we are adding like 300,000 or so to do the supplemental well replacement. For the revenue, again, it's a 43 million total revenue, which is 14% decrease from the fiscal year's 24's 50 million. Again, our considerations for the revenue is that our benefit assessments and special assessments and the water service charges are annual COLA, which is only 2.4%. Water delivery charge, current fiscal year 24's water delivery charge is 37.24 million. That we are proposing to increase to $64.60 per acre food water delivered to cover the increasing utility and chemical cost. And we are also decreasing the grant revenue estimates for this year. And here is the summary. Again, the ad valorem tax is we are estimating to increase by 12% from 3.08 million to 3.45 million. And the special assessment tax is 17.69 million fiscal year 24 to the 16.63 million, which is a 0% increase. That was my mistake. Last year, I was overestimating for the Zone 2C assessments. So using the correct method, I am estimating that the fiscal year 25 estimated revenue for the assessment total combined is 17.63 million. The SLO County estimate is about 614,000, and all the grants and the federal grant combined, federal aid combined is 9.68 million. The fund transfer is other funds, total estimated other funds are increasing from 1.3 million fiscal year 24 to the 1.8 million fiscal year 25. The one of the reason that it's adding is the PERFMA reimbursement. The PERFMA activities and fund Zone 1112. I'm messing up the numbers. Paro Zone 112. The PERFMA is supposedly taking over the O&M activities. We shouldn't be doing much on there. However, PERFMA is still standing up. They do require our assistance to the operation and maintenance activities. So our current agreement is that we will continue through the December 31st, which is the half of fiscal year, and the PERFMA is going to reimburse our expense. So that's what the reimbursement is for. $309,000 is we estimating all those operation and maintenance activities that we're gonna do, and PERFMA is gonna reimburse us for. The hydroelectric revenues, we are estimating $1.14 million, which is almost 50% increase from the last year's. The water delivery and service fee is increasing $2.6 million to $3 million, which is 15% increase. Again, we are proposing 37.24 water delivery charge from this year to 64.60. Thank you. For the CSIB and SBRP operations. And the other transfers and the debt will be $6.1 million from the fiscal year 24 to the $5.69 million in fiscal year 29, adding up to the total $43 million in fiscal year 25, which is 14% decrease from the last year. And this is the overall fund balances. Again, the fiscal year 22 closing is the estimated fund balances. That's what I'm using, $25.5 million. And applying that to what we are planning to do for this fiscal year that ends in June 30, 29. That it's estimating a fund balance is 4.7. However, there is these blue ones are that updating my estimates, that it's obvious ones that I know for sure. The sum of them the fund 116 is not gonna happen in fiscal year 25, so I'm saving those amounts to the fund balances. And the same thing with the Moro Kozo that we are planning to do the Taigate constructions. It's not happening this year, so I'm adding, transferring that fund balances to this fiscal year 25. So estimating a fund balance beginning balance will be $20.25 million, and using the $5.5 million of fiscal year 25 proposed budget, that gives us the ending estimate of $14.78 million. I can go into each fund and see what's planned, but I'll pause for the questions. Yes.
I've been through a few finance meetings, as most people on this committee have. So I know what our adopted budgets are. And it doesn't mean we're going to spend the money either. I mean, there's times that in the past that we've pushed off and put them till the following year. I know that's reference to kicking the can down the road. We don't want to do that, but it is happened. So it looks dire. Some of these numbers look dire, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. We aren't jumping off the cliff tomorrow. So. The numbers still look good. We're still in the black looking at them. I know 8-10 years ago in water quality and ops, we were going to be bankrupt in a few years, and we never have been. So we've done a good job managing our numbers and managing the monies we've had. We need more monies to do the better job, and hopefully we'll get there. But I think outstanding. Everything looks good in my eyes. So thank you very much.
So for the fund balances, I do agree that our practice has been budgeting all the things that we wanted to do, but not able to carry out. So therefore, or we shrink it because we didn't really dip in the fund balances. But that's also happening the last year, which is not what I approach how I budgeted. The way I see it as budget is also the planning documents and the policy documents, but it's also is the promise of what we are planning to do this year. And then you authorizing us to use the fund balances, then get those one done. And then, so we don't really repeat that same project, like Moro Kozo is one example. I budgeted last year, but I'm budgeting again. I budgeted last year saying that I'm gonna use the fund balances, but again, didn't use it, so I carry over next year. I don't think, but one of the reason is that because our budget is such a constraint, that we don't have a staff and we have to cut the staff, or we are not able to hire the staff because we are running out of money. So I think staffing is one of the issues that we are not able to carry out the things that we said we're gonna do. And then it's, even though our fund balance might be stayed at 20 million or up and down, but still like 20 million as far as you remember it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I think one way to look at it is that things we are budgeting is at least like a minimum we need to get it done. But since we are not using the money, is that we are not able to get the things that we said we're gonna get it done. So if we are able to get it done, the thing that is in the budget, our fund balance has been dwindled down. And because, again, we are not able to get it done, that's where we are remaining in the 20 million in a way. So as you said exactly, we are kicking the can down the road because we are not able to get it done. Okay. So I'm going into each funds and highlight those that were some items that were we budgeted for each funds, and also we look at each fund balances and where we are. Because again, our fund has the zone restrictions, and then what we can spend each zone is different than it's separate from each other zones. The Fund 111 is administration funds. Total revenues we are estimating is 4.98 million. Total expenditures we have is 6.57 million, and we are actually using the fund balance of 1.6 million. That leads up to the ending fund balance of 2.25. For the Fund 111, for this year's we have SBB GSA sub-grant activities. And we are planning to do the 1.6 million of winter storm repairs, including the 854 million Salinas River Lagoon levee improvements. And then using 440,000 or so to fund balances to. The slides are projecting. Do I use a presentation?
It's not you, it's.
Oh.
There you go, Nan. Thank you.
Again, we are using 1.6 million fund balances that lead to the ending fund balance or estimate of 2.25 million. That includes the SBB GSA grants, which will be the year 2. And then we are using about 400,000 or so of fund balances to do the storm repair improvement of 854,000 total estimate project cost for the Salinas River Lagoon levee. Again, this is to be determined. If the FEMA's mitigation project is not approved, then we probably is not able to complete this project. In this Fund 111, we also adding budgeting for the GEM emission rate study. And for this year, we are focusing on training, employee training, so that the additional higher than the last year's budgeted amounts for the training and conferences. The Fund 112 is power levy for using the assessment revenue from the Zone 1 and 1A. The total revenue estimate is 1.04 million, and total expenditures estimated is 1.04 million, and we are using about $1,000 of fund balances. And this includes the 6 months of O&M activities that is reimbursable by FEMA. And this is the second year we are actually contributing to the PERFMA's annual cost share. The Fund 116, which is the Zone 2C, is at the dam operations, and total revenue estimate is 13.39 million. Total expenditures cut down to 5.7 million. They're using 2.3 million fund balances. This includes the main activities we are planning to do for this year is the Nacimiento Spillway, plungeable rock outcrop removals, and also the spillway panel 14R repairs, and the San Antonio Spillway replacement designs and then communications included in this year's budget. The Fund 121, the Soledad storm drain for Zone 8. The total revenue estimate is 100,000. Total expenditure is 126, using the fund balance of 17.8 million. Oh, sorry, $17,845. The Fund 122 is a reclamation ditch, Zone 9. The total estimated revenue is 2.05 million, and total expenditures we trim it down to the 1.96 million. That includes some fund transfer from the Fund 111. Here is the fund transfer in from the 244,000. That's transferring from the Fund 111. That is the impact to the fund balances. Actually, we're hoping to add 80,000 to the fund balances that bring up to the ending fund balance of 1.37 million. The main activities included for the Fund 122 is the O&M activities and also the pump station repairs that caused by 2023 winter storms. And we are hoping to have a facility and equipment maintenance plan done for the Fund 122. Even though Fund 122 actually it's not a negative to the fund balances for this year. However, the one of this Zone 9, the Fund 122, is the one funds that we actually need to look at the additional revenues, because it has been for the list for 5 years or so that we've been trimming. You have to let me say the right word. The expenditures for the Fund 122 doesn't have a big capital projects, not like a Zone 2Cs or the dam operations. Dam operations and those ones, we see that there's a capital projects, and then we can see like where's the money train is, why there's such a small dip, such a dip in our fund balances. However, the Fund 122 there's no capital projects. However, this is the O&M activities that requires now. It's much higher than what the revenue growth is. And so this is the fund that I think we definitely have to look at to how we can sustain these operations and how to find alternative revenue sources to the fully fund the O&M activities we need to have this zone maintained. the Fund 124, San Lorenzo Creek, which is Zone 12, the total revenue estimated is $247,000, and total expenditures estimated $254,000. That is the impact of the fund balance is about $7,000, and bring it down to the fund balance of $19,976. This has the repair of 2023 winter storm damage. We work with the FEMA, and the FEMA actually approved the cost estimate, so that's why the $200,000, the fund balance transfer from the Fund 111, and that consultant cost of $202,000, that is, we are using the county's strategic reserves we got for the $7 million advance, and we're using those money as a cash flow to do the repairs, and then especially this project was approved by the FEMA, so we are hoping the FEMA will pay eventually. The Fund 127, Moro Kojo, I think it's Zone 17, and total revenue estimate is $322,000, and total expenditures $582,000. Again, this is Taigate construction, so we are carrying over from the last year to this year, and 50% will be funded by Public Works. The Fund 130 hydro plant operations, the total revenue estimated is $1.18 million, and total expenditure estimated is $1.34. Adding the fund balance is $43,000, that giving to the fund balance, ending fund balance of $1.27 million. The highlight is, again, we are doing the O&M activities, and we replace the repairs, doing the repairs and upgrades for the wirings, and we budgeted for the design for the upgrades, and set aside for the emergency repairs and the electric drawing updates. We also included $350,000 transferred to the Interlake Tunnel that was gonna continue to seek the alternative funding source to see, where we can take us. So that's the transfer of $350,000 right there for the expenditures. The Fund 131, CSIP, operations, that the revenue is the Zone 2B and 2Y assessment, as well as the water delivery fees for this. So the total estimated revenue is 6.16, and again, we are requesting the water delivery fee for the fiscal year 25 set at $64.60. And of those, that $11.24 is going to be credited to the Fund 131 CSIP operations. And total expenditure estimated is $7.43 million. The using fund balances were $1.24 million. That includes the Monterey Warm Water contracts, and of course, the partially funded annual well maintenance, and the system condition efficiency evaluations, and also the supplemental well replacement. Again, the supplemental well replacement is $900,000 is federal money, and the remaining $300,000 is fund balances. The Fund 131 SBRP operations, and total revenue estimated $6.14 million, includes the $53.34 portion of total $64.60 of new water delivery fee for the fiscal year 25. And the total expenditures is $6.18, using fund balance of $49,000. That bring it down to the ending fund balance of $1.26 million. The Fund 134 SRDF operations, total revenue estimated is $30.6 million. That is a water service fee, which is a Prop 218, the fee that gets us 2.4% CPI. And then also it has the grant activities we are housed here is SBB GSA grants, and the Prop 1 well destruction grant expense and revenue goes to the Fund 134. And again, the total revenue estimate is $30.61 million. Total expenditures are $30.7 million. And using fund balance over 111,000. That ending fund balance is 1.9 million. One of the activities that it's not included in proposed budget is that some winter damage that we have in SRDF that we don't have an estimate yet, but staff estimates it's more than $1 million or so. It's a SRDF weir, damage to the weir or something similar. And I think the estimate for the repair is more than $1 million or so. I choose not to include it in there unless we have a specific accurate estimate as well as the FEMA actions. And then if that project is good, then I'll definitely come back for the budget amendment.
I got a question on that.
Sure.
On the budget amendment, I know last year, I think we went for an amendment to the Board of Supervisors, and they were not happy. So I would think if we need to really communicate this, and I forgot what item it was, but there was a couple supervisors that were not happy with. They funded it, the augmentation to our budget request, but it was not a pretty sight. So I think we need to be careful on this. I just can't remember what item it was, General Manager.
The last year or fiscal year 24 or 25?
Maybe it was,
Before?
was it last year? Yeah. So we need to exercise caution here. I'm just saying, so whether they go for it or not,
Okay.
just to be cautious.
Okay, thank you. So the last fund we have is the fund for 426 Interlake Tunnel project. And because the Interlake Tunnel is gonna be closing out this year, and there isn't much revenue, so the total revenue estimate is 388,000, which is a transfer from the fund, the hydroelectric plant, Fund 130, and the total expenditure estimate is 374,000 to seek the alternative funding source, and ending fund balances adding about 14,000. That is giving the total fund balance of $675. $675,000.
And I've got a question. So without that 350,000 put in, you'd have $38,000 there. You'd have $374,000 in expenditures. Is that the way I'm reading this?
Yeah, 38,000.
Okay.
So what? Oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure I'm swallowing this right. And the estimated beginning fund balance is 661 and ending fund balance is 675. It's like, maybe I'm lost with the six. What is the ending fund balance?
So the total revenue, 38,000, is that we have a fund balances. So the interest
that.
we are earning is about, right now is 30.5. I am estimating budgeting for 30%. 3.5% interest rate, I'm estimating 3%. So the interest revenue is 38,000 of interest revenue, plus the fund balance of 350 from the Fund 130 hydro plant. So that adds up to the total fund revenue of 388 and total expenditure of 374. Therefore, adding to the fund balance of 113,000, and that bring up to the ending fund balance of 675.
So basically, we're just covering the overhead, the consultant and the salaries and benefits with that 350,000.
Yes.
That's it.
Well, consultant.
To do the work for engineering or finding alternative funding sources.
Yes.
So we're just funding mechanisms to look for new money.
Yes.
Who's the consultant?
Haven't found one yet. Either it's just consultants or
Okay, stop right there. So we've already got $178,000 for a consultant that we don't even know who the consultant is yet? Aura?
Yes, so the way, that's me doing. Because the way, our goal is find the staff to do the work. A lot of work to find the alternative funding source, either it's a grants or whatever. However, we don't really want to commit the staff to the fund for 26. So this is my way to set the money aside to continue with this project for the find alternative source, or continue with the ILT projects. And however, don't want to short in other funds. So this is my way to commit the staff, but including this expense in a way that give us the flexibility to do it.
Okay. I don't understand government accounting, and, but it's sort of, that's a roundabout way of hiding money, in my estimation, of, okay, well, this is what we think, so I don't want to lose it, so I'm going to put it under this line item. But it's not true.
I gotta just add to that, though, not hiding money. No, but there's got to be clear.
That's my, I'm sorry, I'm a layperson.
Yeah.
That's what we do outside this chambers.
So what I am seeing this is, because this is our anticipated budget, if we do not put in what we think we may need to spend into the budget on that line item, it will have to come back to us. But it's not saying we're going to spend that. If I'm getting it correctly, it could be either the staff or a consultant, or it could be a combination of both, depending on our needs. So we're just looking at, I just want to clarify, there's no hiding of money.
And that's my terminology. I guess I'm going back to Monterey Weekly on Saturday. Transparency was their cover. And it's just being transparent in how this money is being spent. It doesn't say that there. I still question the $350,000 out of hydroelectric funds. I mean, that's still something rumbling back in my brain. But that doesn't say that here.
And so what we're aiming to do with the 350, and Chair LeBar's correct, we may not spend that entire amount, but it's continuing to move forward the potential for funding from Natural Resources Conservation Service. And so in continuing to engage with them in terms of, is this PL 566 eligible or not? And then the other big piece of this is resolving the water rights petition protests. And so we have been working to set up conversations with the protesters, and if those discussions proceed smoothly, then we won't need this whole amount. What we built into this was the potential for those not to proceed and then having to pursue the adjudication through the state board's process, which could take a couple of years and would require some additional funding. But so we're building in for the worst case in trying to answer the question about the water rights.
Okay, that makes it a lot clearer. So I understand that. Any funds that aren't used this year will carry over till next year. So will that mean a reduction in what you take out of the hydroelectric funding?
Or pushing it back, right? So.
Through the chair. Yeah, we talked about this last month, the month before last. We're going to vote next month on approving the budget, so there's still a chance. But I think it was 8-1, said, yeah, go ahead. It's our attempt, I think, at the agency to say, hey, look, we were working diligently on this project. We're not just going to waste the money that was spent before. So that was the sense of our board when we voted to give direction to the staff on that. So we can, talk about it next month. But at this point, after all the effort that's been done in that, just having that little bit in a year where we're going to make more hydro than we've made in quite a while, I think is justified.
for the Fund 426 Interlake Tunnels, again, this is last year and we have to close it out. And I think we also see what activities we are doing and how much of revenue that we can actually close out, the grant monies that we can actually recognize, and hopefully we don't have to return anything. And then if things are working out, then our ending fund balances might be much higher than what currently is, and therefore we may not have to use the full 350,000 or so for these activities. But again, this is board authorized and give us the staff of flexibility to continue the things that we need to do, and then we will put in the budget and as authorizations, and then amount we have to use may not be actually the amounts. If we have a sufficient fund balance in the Fund 426, then we do want to reserve the money in the Fund 130 for the future and just use the fund balances of 426. So that's the ending summary for each funds and where we are. So schedule for is, so this is the budget workshop, and then the IRI has the county department budget workshop. And then once all those, your recommendations are incorporated into our revised budget, and I'll come back to the finance committee for what's final approved, requested, and go to the board of directors on April 15th. There will be the budget, the public hearing for the new assessment rates, and as well as the water delivery and service fees. And then hoping to receive the recommendations from the board of directors. And then it goes to the board of supervisors. We have a budget hearing scheduled for the May 29th and 30th. And after that, June 20th will be the budget adoptions by board of supervisors.
Thank you, Nan. Since we'll have different items on this presentations, I will offer the public opportunity before we move to the next. Is there anyone who want to speak on the budget workshop portion?
I have Nancy Isaacson.
Yes, please, Nancy.
Good morning, Nancy Isaacson, Salinas Valley Water Coalition. Thank you for the presentation. Done a really good job in putting it together, and I think much of it is transparent. I asked this at your meeting when you were discussing the 350 to the Interlake Tunnel, and I didn't see it here addressed here today, but I'm going to go back to that there is an adopted approved resolution by the Board of Supervisors in 2003 that says up to 200,000 per year of hydro revenue shall be assigned to CSIP and SVRP, and that the allocation of the revenue will be determined by the agency, and then the balance of the revenue shall be assigned to the agency's capital asset management plan for Nacimiento San Antonio. So a decision was made to take the 350,000 rather than allocate the first 200,000 to CSIP, SVRP. As you can see, there's a shortfall in those funds. And then the remainder is supposed to go to the capital asset management plan for Nacimiento San Antonio, which we have a real need there too. So again, I question using the funds from the hydro and actually your ability to do that in light of this adopted resolution by the Board of Supervisors. So thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this? All right.
No hands raised.
We'll now move on to the status of the Nacimiento Dam hydroelectric plant.
So yes, we'll make a transition to staff talking about different areas in the budget that are not included in the baseline budget. So you'll see a full budget workbook in your packet that really clearly outlines what is in the budget. And we're going to switch to Manuel Saavedra and Elise Ramirez to speak about the hydro plant. I'm just getting their slides up, and those are also in the packet. So I will hand it over to them. We just need another minute here. I don't know why these are.
Good morning. Manuel Saavedra, Associate Water Research Engineer. This is status report on the Nacimiento Dam Hydroelectric Power Plant. The Nacimiento Dam Power Plant has two power units, Unit 1, Unit 2. Unit 1 is the primary generator with a nameplate capacity of 3.976 megawatts and is designed to operate during reservoir releases for flood control and conservation. Its operating range is 150 to 350 cubic feet per second. And with two turbine runners, high head runner and a low head runner, we can operate the unit when the reservoir elevation is between 690 and 800 feet elevation. Unit 2 is a secondary power unit with the name capacity of 3.75 megawatts and designed to operate from the 1987 California Department of Fish and Wildlife minimum release flow of 25 CFS. And it can operate at the reservoir elevation between 728 and 800 feet. Unit 2 is typically operated when we can't operate Unit 1 or during the drought conditions. In 2014, the agency secured a power purchase agreement with the Northern California Power Agency. And this contract is to sell power generated through July 2033. The revenue from the power sales from 24 to 23 was approximately $6.3 million. And I'm going to show in the next graph the breakdown of the power generated per power unit. This graph shows the revenue from power generation for both units. Unit 1 is blue, and Unit 2 is this orange color. And in 2014 through 2016, when we drought periods, we can only operate Unit 2. And as you can see at the bottom there in that table, we have the total revenue for those years. In 2017, we had precipitation that allowed us to operate Unit 1. So we operate Unit 1 from 2017 through to 2021. And in 2022, there was a drought, so we can only operate Unit 2. Last year, 2023, we were able to operate Unit 1, and we show the revenue there. Last month, Unit 2 failed due to a damaged generator.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
Before you go off that graph? Put that graph back up.
Sure.
What's our 10-year average of revenue generator?
Yeah,
I didn't get a calculator.
For Unit 2, it's about 494K. For Unit 1, it's about 5.3 million. So if you go back to this total, the 6.324, You subtract about $500,000 off that, and that's for Unit 2, and the rest is Unit 1.
Okay, I guess I'm asking, what's your yearly revenue off total power generated? So you take your total revenue divided by 10, what is that per year average?
Yes, it's about 1 point, this is going to be a rough number, so I don't have that figure here, unfortunately, but it's, when we have Unit 1, and that's a caveat, when we have Unit 1, well, the average for this 10-year span is about 1.3 million, if we include Unit 1, roughly.
No.
It's about 632,000.
Okay. That was your question.
That's your
Okay.
10-year average.
Right, yeah, I was
Okay,
looking
so
at the
about 600,000.
2017 forward rate.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at those numbers. Yeah, okay. That's all I want to know.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So last month, Unit 2 failed due to a damaged generator, and there was some testing completed on the Unit 2, excuse me. Got some emergency here. We did some tests on Unit 2. We found a damaged generator. Plus, the last time Unit 2 was overhauled was in 2003. At that time, the generator and the turbine were overhauled. And we are definitely seeing signs of wear, which is impacting the efficiency. Industry practice is to do a component level inspection every 5 to 10 years. So obviously, we're overdue for a component level inspection. So we obtained some price quotes to repair the generator, which is option 1. The cost to repair the generator is about $55K. We do have funds in the current fiscal year, 23-24. The other option is to repair the generator and overhaul the turbine. The cost for that is approximately $320K. Staff recommends option 2 for the following reasons. One, we have plenty of water in Nacimiento, so we can operate Unit 1 and do the work on Unit 2 without impacting operation of the hydro plant. Cost, be more efficient if we do the repair on the generator and overhaul. We would save on the mob cost. The benefit is we will have we'll restore efficiency to new conditions. And this also will provide a long-term repair solution, possibly 20 or 30 years after this repair, this overhaul. However, funding for option 2 requires inclusion of the funds to do the overhaul in the fiscal year 24-25 base budget. And this concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
I do. So 21 years we haven't touched the thing. It's run as best we could. During those years, we had 4 or 5 years of wet weather. Most of them were dry that we were releasing minimal flows. Manuel, the Unit 2's done well for that period of time. I understand wear and tear. We've got to spend money on this reservoir, and I've been saying that for 20 years. There's no reason not to do option 2. Like I said, we're taking $350,000 and doing engineering on the Interlake Tunnel, whereas the reservoir generates income. We got to take care of that baby. And Unit 1's going to be down the road, too. When was the last time Unit 1 was worked on?
2013. So it's about 10 years, yeah.
Okay, so we got another 10 years on that one, maybe. But I know. I'm just pulling your leg. It's critical we take care of that. That's our original water project that the stakeholders voted for in the 50s to build. And we haven't spent a dime. I mean, we've taken care of what's broken, but we've never really, taken care of issues. Those two units, Unit 1, Unit 2, they generate income. And Unit 2, especially, if we're going to do some work, we got to optimize that so we, instead of just 25 when we're releasing 60, and we change that number in the year 2000, we got to optimize Unit 2 so we can get up to 50 or 60, generate revenue up to 60 CFS out of that Unit 2. I know it's probably not possible now, but we're releasing water without generating revenue out of it.
Does any other members have any questions, comments? Is there anyone who has opposition to option 2?
Manuel was going to comment.
We'll get there. Any opposition to going option 2? To make sure staff understands. Is there any member of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
No hands raised.
Thank you. Manuel, did you want to finish? Or is you want to respond?
Just a comment to Chairman Bailey. I know it's not in my slides, but we did look at the feasibility studies on Unit 2, and just in the sentence, the capital cost to return didn't quite work out. So we did look at a big picture feasibility study on that.
Thank you, Manuel.
All right, let's move on to the Monterey County Water Recycling Project budget.
All right. Good morning, directors. Peter Berneris, and I am here to present on the fiscal year 25 budget and to go through some of the needs. So kind of to reiterate what Nan was presenting on. So in the recycled water projects, we are seeing increased operations and maintenance costs, and that's across all three of those funds. So that's including CSIP, SPRP, and SRDF. The operating costs, the increases are in utilities, which is primarily electricity, the chemicals, which include the chlorine and coagulation and flocculation polymer. And this fiscal year, we are estimating to see an increase in 20% of those items. We're also seeing some increases in the Monterey One salary, and then also increased maintenance needs for the aging equipment throughout the system. So basically, what we're seeing is that the fiscal year 25 revenue is not enough to pay for these projected operations and maintenance costs, along with the essential capital improvement plan projects. The fiscal year 25 proposed budget includes reductions from the requested funding in all three of the recycled water project funds, so including CSIP, SPRP, and SRDF. And this is impacting both the Water Resource Agency along with Monterey One's operations and maintenance. So to accommodate this increasing cost of the essential O&M activities, the current proposed budget does include that increase in the water delivery fee Nan stated, and that was to increase it to the $64.60 per acre foot, and that's done through Ordinance 3789. So even with this increased water delivery fee, the fiscal year 25 proposed budget includes costs to the Monterey One budget requests. And one of the critical items is impacting that capital improvement projects that are cut or postponed. Those include maintenance and replacement of critical components, such as the electrical components, the control systems, and also just heavily used infrastructure. These critical items, if they fail, typically would result in an extended service outage. So we're also seeing impact to the proposed budget for the Water Resource Agency, and some of the projects that are postponed are some of the system optimization projects, which include some of the flow meter calibration, valve replacement and investigation, as well as the new source water investigation, the well maintenance and replacement, items were impacted. The plan for the coming year was reduced by 66%, and the work on the second replacement well that's proposed is currently postponed. And then also, there's some critical diversion facility projects, such as the updates to the hardware and software system controls. Also, the Division of Safety of Dams required repair of the impact from the storm damages need to be addressed, as well as some repairs to the bladders and other weir components. So to ensure we're moving forward with the goal of the recycled water projects of halting seawater intrusion, both agencies, they need to plan for long-term sustainability within the system and its water sources. So really a thorough assessment of the infrastructure is needed to not only inform the effective planning of preventive maintenance actions, but to also increase reliability in the system. And that really stems from assessing the critical failure points within the system and also addressing current issues seen. And then we really need to plan and budget for those future repairs and maintenance of the aging infrastructure because it is over 25 years old. And the ultimate goal is to move from the reactive maintenance to more of a proactive system to address the repairs and maintenance. So to kind of recap the budget routes, we do have this base rate, which is proposed by NAN in our current budget, and that is that increased water delivery fee to that $64, and that is to fund the essential O&M activities only within the CSIP and Salinas Valley Reclamation Project operations. So we do have a recommended alternative, which includes that base rate, but also an additional increase by $25. And this funds some of those critical CIP items that are partially funded in maintenance projects. It'll add funding in the well maintenance plan, also add funding for the flow meter calibrations, have some funding for the new source water investigation, and also add funding in the design of the second replacement well. And then we have the second alternative, which is that base rate plus $174.35. And so this is to fully fund the requested amount, and that includes Monterey 1 initial requests, more of the CIP control system upgrades, booster station maintenance, and then it also secures well funding for construction for the second well. And so to summarize, the fund revenues aren't really adequate to keep up with the increasing costs and necessary maintenance for the system. We have aging infrastructure and currently have an inadequate maintenance and repair funding. And there is an increase for potential extended service outages. So the water service delivery fee increase will hopefully meet the system needs for the Salinas Valley Reclamation Plant and CSIP, but unfortunately the diversion facility funding mechanisms differ and will require additional actions to modify that funding source. And I believe that concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Mikey?
Yeah, you said 100. Okay, first question. You keep on saying 6460 for water delivery service fee, right? And I believe it's actually more than that. Is there an additional dollars that are on top of that $64.60? Just on the delivery fee itself, we do have a service fee that's associated with the CSIP. That's a per acre foot charge as well, which is $37.24, right? Per acre foot.
I see Shauna getting up to comment on that one. The proposed increase for the water delivery fee was $64.60 as Nan outlined in the budget, but it looks like Shauna has additional comments on that.
Is that the service fee or delivery fee? Because we have two. We have taxes that go to the land, right? And then we also have a delivery fee based on per acre foot, and we have a service fee based on a per acre foot. So what are we talking about? Because I'm showing our numbers previously, the delivery fee was $84.22 and the service fee was $37.24. So where's the 64?
Proposed delivery fee is $64.60, and that's the per acre foot water delivery charge. That's what we were talking about with $64.60.
Can I clarify?
Please.
So the water delivery fee, $84,
$84.22.
$84.22 will still get a CPI increase for 2.4%. And then what we are proposing, so that will be still stay. And then in addition to that, instead of $37.24, they will want to increase that number to the $64.60.
Okay, so the $37.24 is this going to $64.60 is the service fee based on per acre deliveries.
The title is the water delivery fee, and that is the water delivery fee based on the acre foot delivered. And the water service fee is also the acre foot delivered.
Okay. Then there was also the 174, the 174, where was that going to come from?
That's just a proposal if we were to fund everything that was requested.
You would want to go all the way up on that service fee of our delivery fee from $64.60 to $174.
Yeah, just to clarify, what staff is putting out there are three potential budget routes. The first is the increase to $64.60 that Nan included in her budget that she's presented to you all today. That includes really just covering the increased operations and maintenance costs from Monterey One Water, a very minimal well maintenance plan like Peter described, and then the increases in Monterey One Water staffing, really just the minimum level of funding that we need to continue to use these projects.
And that's the water delivery charge, correct?
Correct. Yes, correct. The other two alternatives that Peter mentioned here are additional funding beyond that if we'd like to increase the level of service. Now, each of those brings back different portions of our original recommended budget. Alternative one adds fully funding the well maintenance plan. It adds flow meter calibrations that we may have to cut under the base rate. It brings back the new source water investigations that we'd like to start working on because we all know that the wells aren't in the best of condition, and continuing pumping wells in a seawater intruded area in the long run could be problematic. So we'd like to look for some alternative water sources to keep the project viable into the future. And then that includes the design of a second replacement well. The base rate does include one replacement well that's largely funded through that $900,000 federal money that Nan mentioned. But then increasing the fee up to a total of $89.60 allows for these additional activities to be completed. What Peter referred to as alternative two is increasing beyond that, and that would be fully funding all the items that Monterey One Water staff requested in this budget and fully funding all the items that our staff requested in this budget. So that'd be kind of our ideal level of service that would allow us to move forward with where we think the projects should go into the future. So we're just presenting three different levels of funding based on where we would like to go with these projects.
And that's all different rates of the water delivery charge?
All different rates of the water delivery charge, correct.
So I think it's important that our board understands that we use currently out in that area, and we're between 2 to 2.5 acre feet. So if you go to 174 and change, that puts that delivery fee of $435 plus the $210 for the $84.22 plus the $399.43 per acre fee. It basically makes that area $1,000 an acre on fees and assessments. It's basically $1,000 an acre.
That's going with alternate two.
That's what if you go the 174, the Christmas wish list, right?
And we're aware these expenses are high, and that's why we're presenting a range of options from
I just
now
you know,
all the way through the fully funded version.
I think it's just important that everybody understands that the total dollar amounts on a per acre basis relative to, I'm going to say relative to any other area in the valley, 1,000 versus, just outside of that area, they're paying basically $52 an acre, $52 an acre versus $1,000 an acre. That's the next highest. It's $52. So, thank you.
Other, Jason?
Yeah, two questions. One, a lot of what's proposed in the other options are, again, some of the stuff we're talking about, right? Like maintenance and fixes and whatever. What does the future, to Mikey's point, like, are these permanent fees, or we can spend some money over the budget year and then we'll be in better shape, and then next year you come back and there's a possibility that that comes back down? That's my...
Yeah, my understanding is those water delivery fees can be changed on an annual basis within the budget. So if we did complete some of these projects and we didn't see a need to continue those in the future, they could potentially be reduced.
And then just a comment to Mikey. I mean, you are correct, but you're also in a basin that is in deficit and in need, right? So there are extra costs there that, and I hear and I fully understand, right? It's in the budget, and it's like, well, why does our water cost more? I mean, it costs more because we have all these systems to deliver water to a place that has a difficulty getting water because of saltwater intrusion. So that's my comment.
Yeah.
Chairman. So I can go 200 yards from my ranch, and the fee is 90% less, or the water's 90% less, which puts, I don't have salt water in where I pump from. It's hit and miss out there. It isn't like that whole green section is saltwater intrusion. There's pockets, but it's a fee that's really hard to swallow right now. Really hard to swallow. I know what needs to be done out there. Like I said, that was another project like the dams. It's 20 years old, and we need to do stuff with it. I question some of the billing that we've done in the past with M1. I think there's money there that we need to recapture. But I can't vote on something like this. I need to talk to stakeholders out there, because they're gonna have a few things to say. So it is seeing that big a number. So that's it.
Through the chair. Yeah, I mean, so today we're making recommendations to the staff when they bring it back. And it almost sounds to me like it's going to be hard for the board to support option 2. I really would recommend that we see if we can swallow at least option 1, because there's some really important stuff in there. But I can understand, yeah, I mean, when you look at that is 170, that's really a huge hit per acre foot of water.
And I will say what would probably be even more helpful, thank you for breaking this down, is some of those components, which may be a capital project that could be reduced in future years, is identifying, under the option 2 category, right? That's taking care of everything. What is ongoing maintenance? What are repair projects or replacement projects? And then an estimate of how long those would be in place. And so stakeholders could see it may be high right now. We get a handle on it. Projects come offline as they get done. It gets dropped back down. Because I'm just as concerned as once you put in a fee that a lot of times no one ever goes back and looks at it and readjusts it to where it's actually workable, and they just leave them in place.
Chair, I will interject that fee in particular, it's required that it's brought to the boards every year. So it's built in.
But I mean, as we move forward with the stakeholders, I think to give them that information so they can look at themselves, right? It's ultimately, we will make that decision, but we are here representing everyone in Monterey County, and that includes our stakeholders that provide so many jobs. Let me go to the.
If I could just add one comment there, and I mean, I agree with Jason. It is an impacted area. We do have saltwater intrusion, but you also have to look at the valley as a whole and all the projects and agriculture, municipalities, everybody as a whole has demanded and used more water. So it takes more water to get down to the valley. It takes more water to let down the valley to get to the diversion facility. The demand for water as a whole has increased, and when you're at the tail end of the buffet, sometimes there's no more food left over even though you paid for it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I look at the river, we have to look at it as a holistic piece because everybody's consuming water out of the river. And it affects everybody, and it's unfortunate it's set up this way because the impact of growth in the valley is huge. There's the residential is booming in the valley, so that all puts a demand on it. We've got a great demand. There's housing that's going to be built on the east side. There's 4,000 homes there as well. It's putting a demand on it, but. Yeah, my wish would be is that somehow that we could look at this thing as a holistic section and see how everybody can appropriately help pay for the management of it.
Well, and I would remind that that's where the rate studies come in, you know, and that's why we have to be looking always down the road.
One final thing is I can't vote on alternative 1, alternative 2 right currently because Water Quality and Ops meets Thursday, and we'll bring this up at Water Quality and Ops where you actually have the stakeholders in one room, but they haven't, they've done some outreach, but you talk to the farmers that don't have the opportunity to go to these meetings or sit on the grower shipper board or the Farm Bureau board. They don't know about this. So I just don't feel comfortable in giving direction one way or the other.
Yeah, Director Bailey, to that point, one of the communication avenues we're exploring this year is to do a grower workshop. And so there is that opportunity to explain, why the costs are increasing, get feedback, also talking about broader implementation of the water scheduling application. And the projects as a whole, just kind of looking forward. And so that is something we are considering to establish probably in the mid to late April timeframe. And as far as today goes, we're not asking for a decision here, and I totally understand the need and the desire to get broader grower feedback because they are the ones at the end of the day most affected by this.
I'm going to add to this as well is what it does show is we do have some structural deficits that are in place that need to be addressed one way or another. And the best way to do that is through conversations, through all of us reaching out to the people that we know, the agency reaching out to all of the stakeholders as well. Base rate is one that already does include, we're assuming, an increase. I would definitely suggest that when we talk to the stakeholders, when we show them these like 3 options, right? They're high-level overviews of what could work in what stages. Option 2, again, should be shown what could be taken off, what our capital projects are, if it's all long-term, if it's what's needed long-term, and breaking down by Water Resource Agency projects, M1W projects. Some of those things, like the salaries on M1 and W, we don't vote on those. So there are some concerns I have when these rates are tying both of these agencies together in such a manner where it's not a capital project or if it's not an operation and maintenance portion only. So I would like to see more information, but I think general consensus on this item before I go to the public is move forward with the base rate concept and providing more information to see appetite or willingness on option 1 and option 2, and then bringing that input back to us.
Chair, we do have a meeting on Thursday, Water Quality and Ops.
And you'll be talking about that.
At the Water Resource Agency in room Cinnamon? Okay. And it would be great, since we're in the agency, that Nan came over and give the Water Quality and Ops, because like I said, they're boots on the ground, that actually, well, I know Nan or Jason, one or the other, that could give an update on these options, because that would help get the word out pretty quickly. I mean, no disrespect to doing it in mid-April, but the more information we can get out, I think it disseminates the information quickly, because they meet at coffee shops, and, you know, that's the way the farm network works, so.
That sounds great. Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I just add, you know, going from the 703 to the $25 additional brings it up to $765 per acre, which is an 8% increase overall for that whole area, which is, I mean, I don't want anything, but it's a hell of a lot more palatable than
Yeah, while the retail rate for produce may have gone up significantly, I know it doesn't translate back to the grower. So absolutely understand that one. But just as John said, the more we talk about this, if they could prepare a presentation to provide that overview, those are the types of things will be necessary, because we can all wish for something better, but this is the reality we're living in, unfortunately. Let me take this to the public. Any member of the public have a comment or question on this item before we move to the next section?
Nancy Isaacson.
Yes, Nancy.
Hi, thank you, Nancy Isaacson, and thanks for the presentation too. I like Chair LaBarre's comments as far as bringing back more information. It might be helpful for everyone to understand. Is all of the monies that are proposed for the additional increase going to be spent this year? Will some of it be spent this year? In other words, can some of these proposed projects be phased in? And I guess I just also want to highlight, these funds and charges are for Zone 2B. So it's for the 12,000 acres. And for the CSIP and SVRP. The whole of the valley does fund those projects. Even though, I shouldn't say even though, but the southern end of the valley pays also, and have been paying for that. So the whole of the valley does pay for those projects. They are funded whole. And with all due respect to the buffet line comment, and yes, the 12,000 acres overlies as part of a critically overdrafted basin, but they do have a guaranteed water supply. No one else in the valley has a guaranteed water supply. And, you know, so if their wells go bad, if they have to replace it on their own, et cetera. But this is a project that everybody put in place, and we should continue to move it forward and do what needs to be done, which again is why we have questioned using the $350,000 for the Interlake Tunnel as opposed to having it go to the CSIP and SVRP. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And then I see Christopher Bunn has his hand raised.
Thank you. I'm Chris Bunn, the Salinas Basin Water Alliance. Yeah, I also like Chairman LaBarre's idea of a table that has all the options on there and compares them. You got them broken out by O&M and capital projects, et cetera, that make it a lot more clear to discuss this and think it through when it goes out to the stakeholders, which it definitely needs to do. And then back to the all valley context for this, we really have to keep that in mind because it kind of seems like that 12,000 acres sort of turns into the whipping boy for the valley. Because you do have changes in water use and land use that have happened over the decades. And that affects what happens to water in the river and water underground. And even though, as Ms. Isaacson mentioned, the whole valley participates to a certain degree with this acreage, I think we need to take a very careful look at that. This is a single valley and it flows together. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, forgive me if I get this wrong, but Marike Desmond?
Thank you. Yes, I'm also with the Salinas Basin Water Alliance. I think that there's definitely an understanding that there's a need for short gap measure to address these critical infrastructure needs, but the sooner the Water Resource Agency can update the historic benefit analysis and really update the benefits received from these historic infrastructure projects, the more equitable and reasonable future assessment and funding needs will feel to stakeholders. So thank you very much for all your comments today and look forward to seeing more of those costs separated by categories in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone in chambers? Seeing none, let's move on to the safety of dams regulatory requirements. Elise and Mark.
Good morning. Good morning. Elise Ramirez, Senior Water Resources Engineer, here to talk to you today about the San Antonio Dam relative to this budget workshop. Let's see. Okay, so just quickly, a slide here to reiterate the importance of the facility and kind of the state that it's in currently. I won't read all these to you, but some specifics I want to point out. We cannot talk about San Antonio Dam today without speaking about the spillway itself. So the items on this list that relate to the spillway directly, the storage capacity of the facility at max capacity is 335,000 acre feet. Currently, just to remind you, we are under a self-imposed, more conservative rule curve, the 1985 conservative rule curve. Just pointing that out, it's not a formal mandate. That's why I kept this bullet there as max capacity. We are self-imposed, so I didn't want to make it a formal item. The other item I want to point out is the condition assessment is currently fair. I recognize that date of that letter, 4/12/2019, as the date that DSOD, Division of Safety of Dams, gave us the letter that said you will be required to fully rehabilitate or replace the spillway at San Antonio Dam. And at that point is when they downgraded from satisfactory to fair. So it is directly related to the spillway. Excuse me. Let me move forward. Okay, so just briefly bringing it back to the budget workshop and the methodology that was used by staff. I onboarded in October 2023. One of the first items up for working on was the budget for this fiscal year 25. So just reiterating, staff has been working on this for quite some time. The items that I went through were to look at the projects that have been existing and ongoing. Of course, the spillway is kind of running its own track and lane, but there's still been this ongoing list of projects for San Antonio for years. So the projects that I looked at were the existing staff workload considerations. We all know people can only get done so much at a time. And then considering the different project phases, as you all know, there's planning, permitting, design. Some of that's consultant and some of that is in-house. There's field work. So just the point of this slide just being that there was a methodical approach to this. This wasn't just, hey, this is everything I want to do at the dam and just give you all a list to approve. This really was methodical, timing considerations, workload, and staffing. So focusing on the project request methodology, obviously there's aging infrastructure. You're going to continue to hear that this morning. That's a huge component of where we start, right? How are we going to prioritize, or how did I prioritize the projects to address? It's aging infrastructure. Of course, dam safety is my number one work item that I need to address. So some of the projects that we've had on the list for a couple years are items that have resulted from the DSOD inspections. They specifically list sometimes items they want us to address timely. And I quote that because that's not tied to any specific date, like the spillway has specific dates we need to address items. These are just timely, and if you continue to see these on year after year of inspections, they keep asking us and we say we're working on it, and that's hard to continue to say year after year. The last thing I want to touch on here is just DSOD. We all know Oroville occurred. We know that took us, the spillway is a new project, right? We've been talking about the list at San Antonio for years, and we've not gotten to any of those because the spillway, Oroville, all of the regulations that came from that turned us in a whole new direction. So when we say year after year items have not been completed, it's not that staff's not working, it's that the number one item for regulators and to continue operating the facility has changed. So the staffing requests that I presented, or that were presented at the strategic planning workshop to you all, was an additional, so stepping back just a second, we did, just starting point, separate the two reservoirs. Mark's on Nacimiento, I'm on San Antonio. So expanding on that, we'd like to make the divisions mirror each other in terms of staff that's put towards it. So that's the request was to fully fund an associate water resources engineer, and a water resources engineer is partially funded in the budget that was presented by Nan, so our baseline budget. The other thing that I want to focus on is that staff has been putting forth effort to find alternate sources of funding. So that is taking time as well. And we've been successful on quite a few of these. So just bringing back to the $17 million grant, the SB 104 item, $3 million of that is going towards the San Antonio spillway design. So we are ticking off our number one priority, but we've got quite a few of other things to do. And we do have some pending applications that I can touch on in a little bit. So I'm going to highlight for projects the San Antonio low-level outlet works. You should recognize quite a few of these projects. It's 8 projects that have been on the running budget for year after year. You guys have seen these projects on the list. So what I've done here, and the reason I've done this is, again, related to the spillway, but I've packaged these projects as the San Antonio low-level outlet works. We have 2 outlet works at San Antonio Dam, the low-level outlet, or penstock, and then the spillway itself, which is a passive structure, so only what rises up passes over. The low-level outlet works will be, and this is projecting forward, that it will be our only useful outlet works at the facility while the spillway is either being constructed, or, and as we decide where that alignment's going to be, will it be in the same footprint that it is currently, or will we move it over? But just reiterating that we'll have a single outlet works, and projecting that could potentially be something for the regulators to be uncomfortable with. So I would like us to address the low-level outlet works as a whole and get those things up to where they should be, as that will be what we rely on for potentially 5 years or so. One more thing I wanted to say there, and I want to be quicker, but we do have a current grant application to cover the $1 million that was requested in this budget from DWR, so that we're pending application. That's one of them, since it is a high priority. So just recapping on what the requests for the budget were, what I came up with but was ultimately cut. The plus numbers are what I actually asked for, and then the baseline budget is what actually got proposed. So that's the $1 million for the design and planning of the low-level outlet works. The total project fully constructed is about $8 million. So the ask this year was, again, just what we could do in the year, which was get a consultant on board, get initial condition assessments completed on each component, so each of those 8 projects, and then get that into design. The 12-inch horizontal drain, it was reduced, not eliminated, because of the importance of it. So it's one of those priority things that needs to get done, but because of staffing and cuts that we needed to make, it was partially funded. And then left abutment drains, those are a need, again, that I couldn't cut, that needs to happen. And then some heavy equipment. So for a total of 1.5, not including staff requests.
Go back to the heavy equipment. What does that involve, the heavy equipment?
It would be to have a piece of heavy equipment at San Antonio. Currently, we have one piece of heavy equipment at Nacimiento, so it would be in the event of an emergency, we have an on-site piece of heavy equipment, and for maintenance staff that's down there to perform work.
What type? At 350,000, it seems like that's, what type of heavy equipment are you looking at?
We were thinking either a dozer or a backhoe. Those are the 2 potential options, but this not being something that we've proposed in the actual budget, it's not formally decided.
Okay.
Because there's also thoughts on pairing what we have at NACI or how we want to look at that.
Is it worthwhile, and Mark, maybe you can answer this, leasing something like that you just have it on hand, where you make payments to it, or buying something like that used, rather than having the total expenditure of 350, where you could actually work it into the budget and make it more adaptable to the budget?
Whether you lease or loan, it'd be an annual cost. Typically, when we've purchased, we've done that on time. And used, what, are we talking about a piece of equipment, or how we've done?
I mean, if you're looking for a dozer, you go buy a used dozer. If you're only using it once or twice, if you're not using it every day, maybe a used piece of equipment might be more utilizing the money, more capital, more efficiently.
So as Elise mentioned, it's good to have it on site for emergencies, but staff actually does use heavy equipment and does rent heavy equipment to perform maintenance, on the facilities, at both facilities. So this would be on hand all the time. So whether you want an older piece of equipment or you would want something a little more reliable, a newer piece of equipment.
So how much are we spending right now on rentals for the type of piece of equipment that you're talking about?
I don't have that number. Okay.
We can get that later.
Okay.
But that's, it'd be interesting to know if we're spending 60 or 70,000, how can that be applied differently? Please continue.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Mark? And then NED down there.
One question on the, you'd mentioned the spillway, you possibly may have to move it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that figured into the process here of the planning cost?
No, because so currently this fiscal year, we're working with Macmillan to work on an alternatives analysis. So we just received that report late February. Staff's internal review is ongoing at the moment. Some of those alternatives do include the adjustment of about, it's like what would you say, it's 100 feet or so adjustment of the actual OG crest. So of course that's coming with a bunch of pros and cons, and the alternatives analysis report is about this big that we're currently looking at right now. So the planning and design piece, the $3 million that the $17 million grant is covering, it's going to be, I would say negligible when it comes down to what's the final design. There's, again, cost considerations and cost estimates included in all those assessments, but it's just an ongoing item right now.
If there is a movement, are we going to have to acquire private property, or is it land that?
I believe the only right-of-way allocation issue comes up with the Stilling Basin, so the outfall area, whether it's a straight, because if we do move it, it would be a straight alignment. That would obviously put it in a different a little bit of a different direction because it currently has that large curve in it. So there is a potential there. But again, we're assessing that has a risk register. It's kind of running its own course right now, but we're looking at it.
And the last one, then, we can do all this work, but FERC still is FERC?
No, so the thing about San Antonio is we don't have hydropower, so we don't have the FERC regulations. We do have DSOD, so we do have state, yes.
So we can go through all this process, and DOSD still has to have the final say-so on our alternative.
That's correct. So our alternatives analysis report that we're internally reviewing has to have the final yes from DSOD, absolutely.
Thank you.
So just going back on the staffing requests that were made, it was, that's blurry, sorry. It was an associate water resources engineer, again, to mirror the Nacimiento division. And then 50% was funded in the fiscal year 25 budget request that Nan presented. So the request would be to fully fund both those positions for the next fiscal year. So in summary, the budget that was developed was methodical and well thought out. The other item to address is that there is just a long-term need for these projects. Like I mentioned, the spillway is a new project that was not foreseen. It was always San Antonio rarely spills, why would you look there? Oroville happens, and that's just how regulations and everything just starts playing into the direction that staff has to run. So it is this triage and that's the top of their list, so it has to by default be the top of our list. We don't have the staff or the resources to continue what we were planning on doing. So maybe you've seen the buoy line out in the budget, I don't know, the last 4 or 5 years, but we've also gotten major movement on the spillway progress and kind of the direction there. So that's just how things have played out over the years. I just wanted to point that out. And that concludes my presentation, unless you have any questions.
Well done, thank you. Any questions right now? All right, we'll move on to the Nacimiento portion.
Good morning. Mark Foxworthy, Senior Water Resources Engineer, and as Elise mentioned, Dam Safety and Engineering for Nacimiento. Which one do you have? F5? All right. And so I'll be discussing Nacimiento. So construction was completed in 57, and at storage elevation at 800 feet is 377,900 acre feet. And because we have the hydro, we have 2 regulatory agencies with jurisdiction over the Nacimiento facility. FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, they currently rate us as poor, and that is for deficiencies and uncertainties and additional studies needed. So this is a new rating. It doesn't change any of our priorities, doesn't change any of the priorities, projects that we're performing, and there is no restrictions on the way that we are operating. So it doesn't change anything. But this is new to FERC as they are announcing their ratings on their facilities that they regulate to the National Inventory of Dams. So we just got the notice a couple of weeks ago in an email that they were going to be putting this rating out for Nacimiento Dam.
Before you go further on that, does this process allow us to dispute or ask for further information on why they made that determination?
So when this did come out, we did make calls as to why we received the poor rating, and it's in the definition of the poor rating of deficiencies such as the plunge pool, the fact that it could not handle the design flow, the probable maximum flood that could come out of the Nacimiento watershed, without erosion and potentially threatening the spillway. Additional studies needed. We have begun to study redo a study for the seismic analysis of the dam structure itself. So that is underway. So it is just when there are uncertainties And like I said, the known deficiencies and additional studies needed, that was it. And then additionally, Department of Water Resources Division of Safety of Dams, or DSOD, they also oversee activities at Nacimiento, and we have a satisfactory rating through DSOD.
Did that change, or was that what we had last year?
That's what we had last year.
Okay, so it's been status quo for quite a long time with Department of Dam Safety.
Yeah, it's been consistent.
Thank you.
So on the regulatory compliance front, one of the things we have to do is that regulatory compliance, and FERC at Nacimiento only has over 26 requirements. The requirement types range from inspections, surveillance, monitoring, program maintenance, drills, functional exercises, independent program and facility audits, and that's where we go out and get an independent consultant to come in and do an evaluation analysis of the facility. Then we have program updates, staff training requirements, reporting and permit application, and review of projects that we submit for, propose to carry out at Nacimiento. And then with independent programs and facility audits and the inspections by FERC, there'll be recommendations. So some of those recommendations come back to the, the unknowns, the uncertainties, or a request for more study. So those recommendations are something that the agency must act on. Otherwise, we end up with, if you leave them out lingering too long, you'll end up with like the poor rating. That'll affect your rating through FERC. So DSOD has oversight at both facilities, as Elise mentioned, and so there are 9 requirements that are minimum, and pretty much the same type of requirements, but the intensity isn't as, for DSOD requirements, isn't as stringent as FERC, but they are leaning towards that mimicking FERC and increasing their requirements and going to more risk-based analysis and more intensive review of the facilities. And then, as always, programmatic maintenance is ongoing and continuous. So funded projects.
Mark, real quick, who has more stature, I guess, DSOD or FERC? Or are they both the same?
FERC controls.
Okay, so they overrule DSOD.
We comply with both.
Okay, but is there...
But they set the standard. So far, they have set the standard, but DSOD, when I say the standard, they are typically more stringent in their requirements and the activities that you have to do to maintain your compliance with them.
If there was a conflict between the two, I mean, would they talk to one another? Do they talk? I mean, I just...
Yes, they have. So when we do those independent audits, we had an independent audit. It was the 8th Part 12D, which is a very extensive review of all of our programs and the facilities and all the past documents going back to construction. And so FERC, or it's a FERC requirement, FERC staff show up, and DSOD also showed up. They participated in that. So these are some of the projects that we have going on at Nacimiento this year. We have a hydro plant south access road repair that is FEMA funded because that was from storm damage. That south access road is the secondary access to the hydro facility. When we are releasing over the spillway, our primary access is impassable. So that is design is currently underway and has begun. The plunge pool rock outcrop design and removal, that is covered by a portion of the state funds, a $6 million grant through DWR. And then the plunge pool rock or roller compacted concrete slope protection, I believe it was about 2 years ago, we had a alternatives analysis completed by AECOM, And so we will be making improvements to the plunge pool and erosion or slope protection for the plunge pool itself so that we can release more water safely. And those are multi-year projects, but they are funded. So this spillway panel 14R repairs, that has been on the books for a while. That was a recommendation to remove one of the panels in the spillway. And because there are known voids underneath that panel when we did some bore scope investigations. So that actually will be covered by the $6 million DWR grant this year. So all these projects will require permit support, contract support, grant reporting and documentation, field engineering and project management, on-site maintenance, staff support with contractors running on the site. So we have maintenance staff assist, and then FERC and DSOD approval and coordination and support. At some of these, during some of these projects, they will come out at key times and do inspections during the process. So staffing, currently funded staffing, we have one senior engineer, which is filled by myself, one water resource engineer, which is filled, and then we have a vacant associate engineer position, and then a 50% funded associate engineer position. So, but the additional staffing needs, given the regulatory compliance that needs to be accomplished, plus the projects that are on the books that are funded, that we see out in the near term or the future, staff had originally requested the additional 50% of an associate engineer and an additional water resource engineer going forward. So staff still continues to recommend for Nacimiento staffing needs. Staff recommends that additional water resource engineer to be fully funded, a full engineer, and then the associate water engineer to be that 50% to be funded going forward. And then in summary on both dams, the funding needs include for San Antonio projects about $1.53 million in low-level outlet work, equipment, and drain work. And then salaries and benefits for engineering and maintenance staffing, approximately $0.7 million worth of staffing needs. And to include a maintenance manager, which Jason had mentioned, a maintenance manager and a water maintenance worker. That's to help facilitate that programmatic maintenance. And then the associate water resource engineers, a total between both dams of 2 FTEs, and then a water resource engineer, 2 FTEs. And then as far as the summary, I believe Ara will take it from here and recommended next steps.
All right, thank you. Any questions from this point? Any questions from the public on the dam portion?
No hands raised.
All right, Ara, recap.
Yeah, recap. And so I just want to thank staff for the presentations today and all of the good work over the past several months to bring the budgets to life and to think long and hard about, what is achievable in the upcoming year and a plan for that. As you've heard throughout the morning, we do have financial constraints that are limiting our ability to fully meet the needs in order to maintain these systems that we've created over the years. The situation is slightly different in the CSIP universe than in the dam safety universe. In CSIP, we do have the water delivery charge that is more elastic, if you will, in terms of its changeability, and we do fully intend to do more outreach and get feedback from stakeholders in terms of the direction that we're going and recommendations from staff in terms of the short-term needs. In the dam universe, it's a more challenging world because of decisions that were made, literally 20 years ago when the decision to build the rubber dams was made. And so we built the one in the spillway at Nacimiento and the one in the river, the SRDF, and those were good decisions and good projects. But at the time that funding zone was established, Zone 2C, the decision was also made to include the operations and maintenance needs in that assessment as well. And while there is, the potential for the CPI adjustment, which hasn't always been exercised, but certainly, will be again this year, the simple fact of the matter is, when you listen to the work that Elise and Mark are directing, so much of it is regulatory in nature. And in essence, these become, unfunded mandates. And so whether it's DSOD on both dams or FERC on Nacimiento as well, there are the inspections followed by reports, and often in essence a ticket is issued, and it isn't a question for them whether or not they get to pay the ticket. They have to go and take care of the work, and the longer that gets delayed, the more at risk we become, certainly, of more regulatory intervention, but also the costs increase, right? I mean, we've seen that over the years. Estimates years ago for projects that are still on the list today were substantially less than they are now. And so while sometimes delay is necessary, it isn't always beneficial. And so, where we sit today, we have submitted the baseline budget to the county per their protocols. Baseline, that descriptor, I'm a little uneasy with that descriptor. It does imply a sufficiency that I don't think exists, and I think staff's done a good job of demonstrating that. But that is, the reality that we're working in. It is a revenue-constrained deficit budget. And that's the status quo, and that's one of our options moving forward. But there are others, I think, and I think it's worthwhile considering exploring what potential other paths may look like. And so there is the existing 218 in Zone 2C, an assessment, and there's an engineer's report that goes with that. And we could follow a traditional Prop 218 process and update that report. It would take funding to update the report. We would have to conduct an election, and the outcome may be uncertain. But that is a path forward, and somewhat the traditional path that the agency has followed in the past. But a new path, could be exploring the development of a regulatory fee, and in recognition of the reality of how much of the administrative and maintenance work we do on a day in and day out basis is regulatory in nature. It isn't something that we have the discretion to, say no to, and there is potential there to take, some of the work that we do now and identify it as regulatory, and then develop that into the context of a program. And so this would be a new approach in how we sort of describe our work and define the efforts. But I think it merits taking a look at. I look at the strategic plan that was adopted some years ago, and in almost every goal there, whether it's the infrastructure and maintenance, planning and new projects, certainly financial sustainability and delivery of effective core services and organizational improvement, the need to improve and sustain revenues to achieve the goals that are identified in the strategic plan, it's omnipresent. It's throughout all of those categories. And so exploring new vehicles for revenue, I think, is very consistent with our strategic planning ambitions. And I think of this exploration as potentially an interim step. And so we do know to kind of talk about what I'm talking about and what we're not talking about. As Elise and Mark had indicated, we do have big projects out on the event horizon that need to be done. And in some, that's nearly almost $200 million by today's estimates, and so significant. And our work has begun, and we've had some initial success in terms of securing state dollars for that, and we hope to be as successful securing federal dollars, but that is always uncertain, and even in the best of times, not likely to result in 100% funding. So at some point, we are going to have to wrestle with ourselves this question of, how much do we fund locally and how do we go about that? And so we've begun the work to explore that question, right? We've developed a financial forecasting model. We're approaching our budgeting process in new ways. We're beginning to look at the work that we do in new ways, and we're making strides there. But I don't think we're ready to ask that big question yet. And it's very much about, sort of the hard asset things that we have to go do. And the last time the agency asked that question, several years ago now, I think rightfully there was concern raised about, are the modeling assumptions clear and understood to everybody, because the USGS model wasn't widely publicly available at the time. Observations that the historical benefits analysis is 20 years old and required updating. And so there are steps that we are taking now to address those that will, I think, put us in a much better position in a year or a year and a half from now to ask ourselves the big questions. But that doesn't help us keep the lights on today, right? And so much of the work that we do today is, writing these reports and doing the planning and the permitting work necessary to implement the actions that the regulators have mandated upon us. And so I think in order to bridge the gap, if you will, between where we are today and where we want to be, considering the development of a regulatory fee to support our regulatory actions, I think would be a great interim step and one that we would begin to to explore. And so I put that out there as a proposed next step with respect to the dam safety work that we do.
Well, I like that you bring that right at the end, but I appreciate it. Any comments or questions from any of the board members?
On the general manager's comment?
Or
just in general? Are we?
General manager's portion before we head into our second portion of our closed session. And we can also ask more questions when we come back as well.
So. You still got Jim's.
No, 12 o'clock, we're moving towards closed session. Yeah, and also before that portion, offer every board member a 10-minute break as well, because we've been since 8:30. Look, I think we need to explore all options. I like the fact of the interim approach to this as we gathered more information for a long-term solution. I think absolutely critical would be engaging with stakeholders so they can ask their questions to get better understanding. That probably put a lot of work on your shoulders. But unless any board member has opposition for our moving that direction and engaging in those conversations, consider it unanimous that we all support that. With that, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. Then we'll go into closed session for the rest of our meeting, and we should be out back here around 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Chair, I do have 2 public comments at this time.
It hit me just right when you said that. Yes, absolutely. Members of the public. Who's first?
Nancy Isaacson.
Nancy?
Hi, thank you. I'll make it very quick. I just wanted to ask the question about what is the process, the timeline for this process, exploring the regulatory fee versus and using existing Zone 2C. when would it be coming back to, say, the finance committee and or the board of directors? Thank you.
Ara?
Yeah, I would anticipate this perhaps optimistically in the 4 to 6 month time frame, and it would be an issue that we're providing regular progress reports on as we move forward.
Thank you, Nancy. Who is next?
Marquis Desmond.
Marquis?
Thanks. It's Marika Desmond.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Thank you to staff and ARA for looking at this long term and really thinking about how to diversify funding mechanisms. I just want to reiterate that, I think for the Salinas Basin Water Alliance, there's an understanding that there needs to be short-term funding approach, but really that it's moving us closer to these more equitable, more data-driven, longer-term benefit assessments or not just the 218, but being able to assess impact and benefit throughout the valley. So thank you very much to everybody for your work. We know that there's more work ahead, but looking forward to seeing it unfold together. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, anyone else?
No hands raised.
All right, we'll be back around 1 o'clock. Thank you. still says meeting will resume shortly. Oh, there we go. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Agency Attorney, was there any reportable actions?
No reportable actions, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 3, presentations, update on the expansion and enhancement of the agency's groundwater extraction management system known as GEMS. Ara?
Great. Thank you, Chair. This is a follow-up on the special meeting that we had on February 7th, and so I apologize. I have the date here wrong in the presentation, but we we did have our special meeting on February 7th, and we did present alternatives for moving forward in terms of GEMS, and it was the consensus of the directors to have the agency staff working with the Salinas Valley Basin folks in terms of exploring the expansion and enhancement of our now 30-year-old GEMS program to meet today's regulatory requirements under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and looking to improve the level of service for the agencies and the SVB's stakeholders. And so what today's presentation does is it evolves that thinking a little bit and tries to provide some clearer explanation about, what is expansion when we say that word. I don't know, Eva, if you can see if Perrette Harmon is on the line or not. She is?
She is, yes.
Great. And so Perrette had invited me to her board meeting last Thursday, and so we went through this presentation with her board then. And even though this is branded with the agency's logo on it, this was a presentation that we co-authored, and so it has both our thoughts in it. And so can we hear Perrette if she wants to say hello and chime in?
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay, great. Hello, Perrette.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Board of Directors and Ara. I'm just going to stand by, let you to take the lead, and if you need me, I'm happy to add some detailed color commentary.
Thank you, Perrette, for joining us.
So because the SVB board had not seen our February 7th presentation, we did recap a little bit in terms of the current roles and responsibilities and reviewed what the agency's doing today and all the different manners in which we are tracking groundwater and reporting groundwater usage and then reviewing, again, the current roles and responsibilities that the SVB maintains, not only for the 6 GSPs, but perhaps most importantly, being the entity responsible for demonstrating to DWR that progress towards those sustainability goals is being made. And then, of course, the extensive work that has to go on in terms of outreach and coordination with the subbasins and other stakeholders. And then we also presented to them how those roles could potentially change if the agency expands its current GEMS, right? So by adding staff, additional equipment, of course, there'd be some more administration to expand the registration and reporting functions. We contemplate modifying the funding mechanism, but at the end, the reason we're contemplating these changes isn't so much a change. Again, it's sort of talk about expansion, right? These are things that we're doing already, and we propose this expansion so that we can leverage this institutional knowledge that the agency has gained over, 30 plus years of doing GEMS now. And if we're expanding what we are already really good at, the agency or the SVB's roles, in terms of governance and planning really remain the same. And so why expansion? So, of course, it's required to comply with SGMA regulations, and so SGMA allowed for the formation of groundwater sustainability agencies. This is in lieu of state control. Some parts of the state are wrestling with that, but we're doing a good job here so far. We have 6 GSAs in the county, and we also happen to have 6 GSPs, although they're all under one GSA, and that would be the Salinas Valley Basin. The goal, of course, is reaching groundwater sustainability by 2040, and in order to achieve that, we, are going to need data. And so what is the agency proposing here? You know, currently what we have contemplated is a new ordinance that would provide the agency the authority to work within the county to do these data collection services for any entity that may want to step forward. Right now, it's the Salinas Valley Basin, it's the entity in front of us, but that could change in the future. But as the catalyst, right, we are focused on their needs. And so, you know, they have their regulatory data collection needs for the update of the GSPs and those 5-year updates. The 18400 basin is due in January of 25 and the other 5 sub-basins in 27. The SVB needs data to address DWR's recommended corrective actions. And in order to fill these gaps, we need to align the agency's boundary with the GEMS. And so we reviewed for the SVB board where those areas are, and then identified our implementation priorities, right? So again, focusing on the 18400 as the high risk sub-basin. Then the next priority would be ensuring that we're able to get the new extraction reporting data in the areas we're not currently collecting it. So in the existing GEMS area, it would be collecting information from wells that we haven't necessarily collected from in the past. And then, of course, there's the new areas. Registration of unregistered wells, one of the things that the SVB is striving for here is to have all wells register, whether they have to report or not. And then, of course, exploring opportunities to enhance our cooperative efforts with other agencies. So what are some of the changes that are being planned? Okay, so the expansion of GEMS. Currently, under the agency's ordinance, wells with a discharge pipe smaller than 3 inches need not report. Sigma came along and changed that sort of de minimis, if you will, requirement to 2 acre-feet per year. And so in the existing GEMS universe, if you will, there will be some new wells that will have to report that haven't historically. Enhancement to GEMS to improve processes. These are things that the Salinas Valley Basin has really been considering. And Perrette, I'd defer to you here in describing some of the things you're contemplating in terms of reporting period and protocols and devices and so forth.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ara. So my vision for both of us, the two agencies, is we do not want to be those kind of outdated governmental agencies that do things just because we've always done it this way. The world around us is changing rapidly, and technology is kind of driving most of the changes. So I'm kind of envisioning that there will be a lot that people don't have to do manually, that we can do utilizing various technology resources in the future. Don't know what they are yet. And even if we were to know it, my prediction is that, you know, fast forward 5 years, it's outdated again. So kind of having this mindset, but also the framework for the ordinance that allows those changes to happen. And at the same time, we know there's actually things built into the current ordinance that we are interested in seeing if we could change, such as the reporting period. Your reporting period is from November 1st through October 31st at the moment, which does not align with water year, calendar year, or fiscal year. So we have another kind of 12 months thing. Can we do it better? I think finding what works for both sides, and then how we collect it, how many agencies, you know, county environmental health is involved as they register or permit new wells. Is there a way that we can work closely with our partners and don't put undue burden to all of our constituents by asking them to report to all of us using different forms, different timelines? Maybe we can do better, and we have that information. We can get our hands on that information. So those are the enhancements that we are currently seeing, but I'm sure there's more, because we have a wonderful team of people, our staff. We've asked them to, while we are working on the governance document, we've asked our staff to kind of think beyond it. What does it take to implement it? So they are getting into the weeds and bringing to us great ideas of what we're excited to put into good use. So back to you, Harl.
Thank you, Brett. So on the registration of all wells, currently because of our requirement on the pipe discharge size, small wells don't need to register. And so in the future, we would like to see all wells register. The SVB had been thinking about this as actually two different kinds of programs. I think when we think of it, registration and reporting, it's kind of, they're inextricably linked. But we're not wanting to create a world where people are re-registering just for the sake of it, right? And so even though we are wanting all wells to register, we know that there's a lot of information out there already held by the Department of Health, and so we can mine that to minimize the burden for folks. And then, you know, keeping these databases up to date with changes as they occur going forward will be an important task. Probably, you know, the most different part of the proposal here is proposing to change the cost allocation and recovery method. So currently, GEMS is funded through Zone 2C. It's a per acre assessment, and but it isn't the number of acres that drives the level of effort for this monitoring program. It's really the number of wells. And so we want to explore a per well cost allocation recovery basis and see what that looks like. An unanswered question at this time that we've left for the future is, you know, is this revenue going to be collected by the agency or by the SVB? Unknown, but really what we're aiming for is just something that's simple and transparent, understandable by the stakeholder, and so they're not confused by what they're getting billed for. And so, and then meeting future considerations, right? Like we talked about, there are other agencies that are managing water, and can we expand our cooperation with them and our partnerships? Can we consolidate work, reduce costs, and so forth? And that's definitely another piece of it. So when we talk about GEMS expansion, right, just to summarize, it's to meet the regulatory needs, it's registration of wells not previously registered, it's new reporting requirements, it's improved processes, greater efficiencies, a new approach to cost allocation recovery, and an opportunity to meet the future needs of others. And so looking forward over the next couple of months, what we are proposing is there's 3 existing ordinances that created GEMS. We'd like to repeal those and draft 1 new ordinance just so it's clear we're not having to follow the rock skipping across the pond. The new ordinance would affirm the agency's authority to monitor, collect, and report groundwater data. This is, you know, already, I think, pretty clearly called out in the Agency Act, but to affirm that. Either for our own purposes, right? We created GEMS 30 years ago, long before Sigma ever happened, for our own reasons, or for, you know, the request of others. The new ordinance would establish these new registration and reporting requirements and further of Sigma and of SVB policies. And so we want the ordinance to be, as Brett has described it, evergreen, and then rely more so on the policies of the individual agencies that are meeting their regulatory requirements to define what specific activities are undertaken. And then the new ordinance will look to that to establish the new cost recovery method. And so here's the timeline. And so it's pretty aggressive. And so we're working in the ordinance agreements and policies development part of the time frame now. So this April through July period, and looking to be able to implement the new reporting requirements by November 1 of this year. And so that is our update on the GEMS expansion and some of the thinking that has occurred since we last talked about it on February 7th. I'll take any questions you might have. And Perrette as well.
Thank you, Ara, and thank you, Perrette. Board members, questions or comments at this time? I had one. So on the registration of wells, you're gonna, it's supposed to be under 2 acre-feet a year, which would be basically any regular single residential home that has its own well wouldn't qualify, correct?
So if you're below 2 acre-feet per year, we will want you to register. You will not need to report.
Okay, thank you for that clarification on that. And I did appreciate looking at all the existing documents and data available to create that list beforehand, and then I'd assume then you would go and fill in the gaps as knowledge comes aware, like you heard there's a well here that's not reported, then you would go and get that, and by whatever mechanism, I'm sure it would start with a letter.
Yeah, and that is exactly the idea. And Department of Health became responsible and started collecting this information at a certain time. And so we know wells before that sometimes surprise people, right? They weren't. But from that time on, they've got a pretty good record. It's a great place for us to start. And so.
Yeah, I thank you, Perrette, also working with our agency so closely. This makes a lot of sense. You rarely see in the world of water making things simpler and easier. Rarely see those words. I'd like to ask, again, any board members, any questions? So, go ahead.
Thank you for that report. In terms of who should be reporting and not reporting, I'm leaning on, if we're going to have everybody register their wells, then we should have everybody register their water usage. I mean, we can have a lot of small little wells, and if we're going to truly balance the basin, if we're going to truly know what water is being extracted, I think we just have to collect all of that water no matter what, all of that data. As long as the reporting procedures are not onerous and not difficult to do, I'm just leaning on know everything. You can have a lot of small little wells pumping out a lot of little water, and small wells on small properties, and it can add up over time. So I would just push back on that and just kind of keep it the same for everybody, and not get into this little bit of a carve out here and a little bit of a carve out there. I'm just looking at it, just if you have a well, register it, report it.
Anyone else? Yes.
Along those same lines, I agree with that. And I don't know if there's so much technology out there that can measure, monitor, and plug that information into data collection systems. But I think I bought a Flume for my water meter, which is about $250. Actually, CalAm reimburses that. But in real time, minute by minute, not just how many gallons, even to the fraction of a gallon. So this technology is so readily available. It is so inexpensive now. It can plug into a system that what we can do today, as opposed to what we could do just 5 years ago, is completely changed. And so monitoring can be easy and not very expensive with the technology available.
Yeah, and I agree with the previous comments. I think people just need to get their heads wrapped around monitoring is going to be a essential part of how much information we can have and how accurate it is. And I think that's the way we really need to go. Thank you.
Anyone else? And I think you make good points. My only caveat would be it's to stay within what the state is requiring first. Don't go above and beyond that. And secondly, if we want to do something like that later, making sure that the people it's not costing them money to put in anything, because a family of 4 living on a small parcel with their own well uses maybe about a half an acre a year. That's what their usage would be. And that family of 4 may not have that couple $100 and may not get reimbursed for that. So imposing an additional cost at this point in time when it's not required, I'd rather wait to see if we can get some funding mechanisms in place to make them whole. Otherwise, I don't have an issue with that. So but please, yeah.
I think we always have to look at the mission of the agency and say, are we doing everything we can, in the best way possible to fulfill the mission of the agency, and that is creating a sustainable water supply. And that comes down to knowing exactly what goes into the system and what comes out to the system. But I fully agree with what you're saying, that for families, we should have some type of reimbursement system for people that cannot afford it. The fact that the technology is really relatively inexpensive now means that getting a grant is. So I want us to keep that on the table. The state, meeting state requirements is essential. We can go beyond, and there's many good reasons to go beyond what the state requires if it makes sense, if it fulfills our mission. It's doable, and it's in the best interest of anybody. I do not want to put financial stress on anybody, but there's ways we could work around that.
I agree. And that's what I was just trying to get to is if we move forward now, because this is important, stick with what they're asking for, identify resources that could take care. The technology is there. It is inexpensive and generally relatively easy to install. So I'm not opposed to it.
So if there could be language that could say that at some point there will be monitoring so the people are put on notice.
Yes.
That it would take place, that it's not something that's not going to be addressed. You see, so it's hitting this point here you're talking about for people that may be having a hardship, but at least they're put on notice that this policy could change and with the assistance if it's available. That's what my kind of thought is.
I'd be willing to look at a draft of that language, but I at this point, because of the timeline for Sigma, as long as we stay focused to accomplish their goals, I think the partnership right now is going to be a model that other areas in California can model from, and then I'm open to all of that. Let me just put it that way. So I'm open to language. But there isn't any action on this one, just direction. So is there any comments from anyone else, what they'd like to see? Is there any member of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
No hands raised.
All right, hearing and seeing none, thank you all for the presentation. We'll now move on to our consent agenda. We have items 4 through 8. Any member of the public to speak on any of the consent agenda items?
No hands raised.
And seeing none present. Any members of the board want to pull any items?
I'll make a motion to accept items 4 through 8.
Second.
Second.
First with John, second with Mark. Sorry, he was a little quicker. All in favor? Aye. Against? Passes unanimously. Now move on to item number 9, key information. We all have our calendars of events. Are any corrections or additions anyone wants to make? All right, seeing none, go to the general manager's report.
Hello, Chair. So we'll start with personnel update, and I'll ask Giselle to give that today.
Turn your mic on.
Thank you. I figured I was loud enough.
You were.
We have a couple of recruitments. There was the water resources engineer, 2 positions. We have 1 internal promotion and 1 new employee starting around April 22nd. We have the water resources hydrologist position, which is in progress. We have the associate water resource engineer, which is also in progress, the water resources technician, and then a water maintenance worker 1 in progress. So those are the current recruitments we have ongoing at the moment.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Giselle. On Monterey 1, just a quick update on the hydrodynamic modeling. We have been working over the past several months to resolve some data quality issues that are coming from the remote meter sensors. We have hired a consultant to come out, take a look at those problematic meters and to resolve the problems. The issue has been, with the recent rains, demands have been very low. So we expect them to get out there and begin that work here soon. In all likelihood, we will want to watch that data collection through this irrigation season to ensure that we've got, a robust data set to be able to operate the hydrodynamic model. And so that likely won't come until September. But we are making some slow but steady progress in resolving those issues. And then on the Carmel River flood model update, on my last update, I had reported that the state had contacted us to inform us that the funding that had been provided for this particular effort had been suspended. We have since been recontacted by the state to say the money has been reinstated. We did have an initial kickoff meeting with Monterey Peninsula Water Management District to talk with them about who they've been relying on in terms of working on the Carmel River and flood work there. They're much closer to that than we are. So they had some good advice in that regard, and we've begun some outreach to consultants that may be able to do this work for us. So assuming that the state isn't going to change its mind a third time, we are starting to make some progress there. Yeah, we will see. And so that concludes my report.
Any questions or comments? All right. Committee reports. Res Ops, is there any?
Let me see. We had Res on the 29th of February. We talked about storage and release update. Operations maintenance, we got an update on San Antonio and an update on the Quagga Mussel, which we were informed that there is a fishing tournament coming to San Antonio from Lake Havasu. And it's called a poker run. And a bunch of people are heading here from Arizona. So it's a little concerning to all these boats. They're going to have to make sure they have inspections. So we've got a radar out, and I think that's, I forgot the date, but it's coming up in the next 10 days, 2 weeks.
All right.
That's going to be interesting to monitor.
Make sure I put the signs up for the King City Safeway.
I don't think they're coming King City way. They're coming from the south.
Oh, are they? Okay. Personnel and administration.
No report.
Finance.
Finance, let me see. We talked about the January financials. Status quo, we were up 2.1 million overall for the month, but down 31.5 million, which was a timing issue. FEMA money, we were waiting for, Nan, correct me if I'm wrong, we're waiting for some FEMA money to be reimbursed. And we were concerned about some costs of general liability and pollution, which we all saw today in the budget. And we were talking about billing procedures with our billing, and we're currently at 45 days to go out to give second notices and 60 days, so on and so forth. We were going to discuss whether we change that to 30 days and see if we get it. Not that there's a lot of money out there, but still it's a timely issue, and that's it.
Thank you. Basin management.
Am I the only one here? Oh, that's right. I was out of town.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't have a meeting. Yeah, that's right.
Planning.
And I filled in, or I'm going to fill in for Director Sullivan. We did meet, and we met with Christine Butterfield of Baker Tilly, and we discussed our January strategic planning meeting and the successes of that and what will change different for next year. And then we also went over the staff survey and how that would be used for the general amount.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. We have for information items, reservoir storage and release updates. Board of Director comments. Well, I'll keep this short then. We will adjourn at 1:35. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Since I've been here since 6.